Man, how we gonna get in? Let me in! No more locked doors! No more locked doors! Let us in! No more locked Let me play! Change this up! Locked doors! Ah! watch a high-speed pursuit for now?
Sections, but it's going to be difficult. If for no other reason, the size of these roads, you have 4 lanes plus the median there, so it will be a difficult thing for an officer to get a spike strip out in front of them. But at this point, the chase continues now, moving on White Oaks again, White Oak Avenue again, northbound. That was probably victory that they just went through, be approaching Van Owen before too much longer here. But just really moving along 50 to 55 miles an hour here on this road, which is not horribly fast, but certainly above the speed limit in that space and putting a lot of people at risk. I mean, children are back in school now, and hopefully they are in the middle of school, so you're not going to have a lot of people out due to lunch yet. And you notice that the traffic is pretty light. So if there is a good news, that is it. So now we're turning here, and it does appear as if that is Van Owen. So now probably heading eastbound on Van Owen. And that was White Oak and Van Owen. So now heading in the direction, if I'm reading the maps correctly here, Louise Avenue, and before too long, Balboa. So back somewhat in the direction of where they came from. So if anybody in the booth wants to correct me if I'm not right, but I do believe that is Van Owen that the suspect is on. Again, not horribly dangerous driving, just at this point kind of a failure to yield. Hasn't even really driven through any intersections against the light, putting other people at risk. I think if there was any kind of risk that we've seen, it was the confusion that was caused.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch online. Landing pages, content hubs, e-commerce sites.
Suspect, and we're trying to see, it's kind of difficult to see with those window, the tinted windows, if there are more than one person in there. We haven't had a chance really to slide on either side. Just trying to kind of take a look inside there and see. But again, this is Van Owen, and we're just going to kind of see where this guy goes. Now you're seeing some of the commute sneaking in and out of traffic. And again, 45 miles an hour. More than anything, I think a lot of people are going to see and hear the lights and sirens, and that's probably going to be a bit of a startle when you see somebody passing you here in traffic. So we are now, we're still kind of in the Encino area. So yeah, we're in Lake Balboa now. So having passed Balboa is my guess. And we're just still continuing on. Actually, if they keep going this direction on Van Owen, they will go underneath the 405. So that's the direction I believe we are headed. But now we've stopped even before an intersection. So not quite certain what's in the mind of the person here. But you can see we're going to kind of look and see in the window there if we see any kind of movement there. But the person has just slid into the turn lane and has gone around. What are they looking at in their hands there? Kind of just looking to see what's going on with their hands. The right hand was maneuvering around something. But again, we've seen agitated behavior before, so not really seeing that kind of behavior. But again, here we go. The person just picking up speed and moving along. So again, this is coverage of this pursuit suspect here. Just kind of hanging with us as we go through this. Again, this started in North Hollywood. There were speeds of 70 miles an hour or so on the freeway, but then off the freeway, that was when the driving was most aggressive by this person because they were at a stop sign or stop light and just sat there. But as soon as they had an opportunity to take off, that is what they did. So we're at Van Owen and Gloria. Just gonna look here and see. Yeah, we are now approaching the 405 at this point. Just trying to give you guys some markers as far as where this might be if you're looking at trying to avoid this. So they're approaching the 405. It doesn't appear there's an on-ramp for Van Owen onto the 405. That would be Sherman Way, which is just north of here. So we'll see if the person is going to if they're trying to figure out where they're going. But now, again, we have an opportunity to look in that window to kind of see what's going on with the suspect. Don't see really any reference to anyone else in the car. I mean, that's very casual behavior. He's pulling something out of a container of some sort. So you can, the lens on the camera is amazing, the way they've been able to take a look at this. So not exactly sure what this person is doing. Okay, so just some housekeeping for you guys. We're going to break away in just a moment for an update on television, and then we'll continue to cover this. Right now, we're just doing this on our streaming channel. But as you can look in with his hands there, again, he's doing something. It did look as if he was getting a cigarette for himself. Actually, that might be drugs, okay? That he might be under the influence at this point. If anybody in the booth wants to confirm that for me, it does look as if this person is doing some sort of substance that is illegal. So now you have the issue of driving under the influence, which, that could change a lot of things. If this is meth that he's using, you're going to have a lot going on. But I don't know for sure, but I do believe that was drug paraphernalia, and it did look like it was a lighter of some sort that he was using there. So that might add some things to this chase if this person begins to show any kind of consequences of using drugs at this point. But right now, as we watch this person drive, he does not seem to be showing any effects of that. So that's just something to monitor, something to think about. We are about a minute away from our news cut-in, which will be on ABC7 and seen here. But again, this person is on Van Owen, and I believe heading east. And I did not see him go onto the 405, but I believe he probably did at this point, and might be approaching the Van Nuys DMV if this map is showing me the right way. If he comes up on Van Nuys pretty soon, we'll be looking at that. But again, we're going to pause here a minute and let kind of reset, and then we will return with this in just a moment. I'm Philip Palmer. This has been live coverage of a police pursuit of a burglary suspect. We will be back in just a moment.
Oh, baby, you. gonna say, Kwani?
And welcome back. So that was our breaking news tease for the 11 a.m. Hope you're able to stick with us for that. We also have Bruce Thomas with us now as we continue to cover this burglary pursuit suspect. Bruce, this person in the Van Nuys area. And, you know, I'm not positive, but I did feel like I saw him using drugs in the driver's seat. How does that change what's happening, or does it change what's happening for police as they try to pull this guy over?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Yeah, it does, because now you have someone who's under the influence of a controlled substance. I mean, just like someone under the influence of alcohol, their thought process is not rational.
Well, and depending on the substance, it can create agitation. It can create aggressiveness. I mean, or it could do the other. So, I mean, here we go. This is one of the more aggressive turns. So, I mean, do you factor that in? I mean, if you think that he's using and you see a change in behavior driving, does that change the way you try to stop him?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, you have a burglary suspect, so you have a felony crime. Using a controlled substance is basically a misdemeanor, but it does make the thought process, the rationale of listening to officers or commands, it does go the other way. Exactly.
Okay, well, we continue to watch. And earlier, you know, we had a moment where this person had just stopped at an intersection, and then he just drove away quickly. I mean, we had a moment where LAPD had disengaged, but then re-engaged. What generally is the motivation for re-engaging? I can understand the disengagement when maybe it's not that dangerous to the public, or maybe they know who it is. But then when they changed it and went right back on it, is there generally more knowledge that comes to them and more information to say, okay, we need to go for this?
There can be some additional information. As you said, maybe the suspect was maybe armed, or it was a more than just a burglary. It could have been a home invasion, could have been something like that. But, you know, the fact that you're following this guy or gal, I'm not sure if we determined that yet. You know, the pursuit is being done more safely than some of the others we've seen. So LAPD has re-engaged it.
Well, Bruce, I'm not positive you were with us when we had the moment where we kind of saw what he was doing in the car, but we have been able to re-rack that video, and you can actually, it does look as if he has a pipe and a burner of sorts, and that just implied to me that something was going on beyond, you know, we saw him actually trying to kind of load something up, but, you know, when you have this, you pretty much have more information, correct?
That's correct. I mean, like you showed it when you re-racked it, you know, is he using marijuana? Is he using crystal meth? What kind of drugs is he using? And that also comes into play.
Well, I can tell you it is not marijuana. He's got it in a pipe and warming it up, so my assumption is that it's methamphetamines at some point. But our live look here.
Better job opportunities can't find you if they don't know you're there. With an Indeed profile, you can feel confident you're not missing out on your next role. Complete your Indeed profile and help jobs find you.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower with Select Cut is the most powerful mower in its class, featuring an aluminum deck that allows for extreme blade speeds, producing the perfect razor-sharp cut. Designed for durability that's guaranteed for life. All powered by Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery. One battery powers all two
lines. Much more aggressive here on Haskell, and so I don't see a lot of officers immediately right behind him. But Bruce, part of the problem with that is his change of speed. He'll be going very slowly, and then he'll take off, and so officers are having to react to what he's doing, and so sometimes that leaves them a little bit behind.
Yeah, to your case in point, it seemed like the light switch was flipped on where his driving pattern, he's all of a sudden higher speeds, a little more aggressive. Could that be the methamphetamines kicking in and doing that, which makes him a little more paranoid? I would say yes.
Well, we continue to see this person going on Haskell, I do believe is the street he's on. And again, though, if there is good news in this chase, it's that the person has pretty much stayed on his side of the road. Now, this is a little bit more aggressive behavior in trying to avoid traffic. He, in general, hasn't worried too much about other people because he has been following traffic laws. But now we see some quick movements. He's actually into traffic there, going to surprise people. Now you see him pulling a U-turn there and starting to head the opposite direction. Looks like that is Saticoy. And so now in, again, the Van Nuys area, but this began in North Hollywood. We've seen this person on the 101 freeway and has not been on the freeway recently. So, Bruce, does that help or does that hurt? I think it's easier to follow somebody when they're on the freeway, but now all of the unknowns when you're in surface streets.
Yeah, very much so. When you're on a freeway, it's kind of a controlled environment, meaning you're going one way at whatever speed you want to do. But now you're on surface streets. You have to deal with cross traffic, pedestrians, bicyclists, other issues like that. And that causes issues for law enforcement.
So again, this pursuit suspect, we started following this about 20 minutes ago, but the suspect has been, on the run from North Hollywood in this burglary situation for quite some time now. So we're just continuing to follow and see what happens, trying to keep you posted as far as where the person is. We know that it looks like it's Van Nuys, so that's probably Woodley Avenue, if I'm guessing correctly in the direction, because Woodley is much more of a main street. And again, just that is another north-south road, if that is where he is, Woodley and Daly. But again, the person has not caused any accidents that we've seen, but we have seen drug use. Now you're seeing a bit of that would be a traffic violation going through that intersection. But again, the kind of driving that he's doing it's not really reckless in the sense that other people are able to avoid him. So if we can, maybe somebody give us help on this, if this is north or south. It looks as if that's probably southbound, maybe, because we're going back the other direction. But Colleen Sullivan joining us now is at 10:52, just trying to get started. This is our first chance, Colleen and Bruce, to look into the passenger side. And I don't know that I see anybody else in the vehicle. That has been one of the questions that we had, because we've seen the driver, we've seen his actions, which they haven't been agitated, they haven't been crazy, but it did appear as if he was using methamphetamines while at an intersection. So knowing that there's not another person in the car, that's new to us, but officers, Bruce, probably already know this, right?
Yeah, they've got information from when they were behind them. Also, the observer in the helicopter is calling out information to them also. And they're getting also the live media streams also that are being relayed to the officers and to the watch commander involved in this pursuit.
And actually, Bruce, Colleen Sullivan again with you. I don't see a lot of LAPD officers behind this vehicle, because as of right now, the vehicle looks like it's traveling at not dangerous speeds. At what point do they try to, since they see where this car is going, block off a little bit and try to do any sort of pit maneuver or a spike strip?
It's a great question. You do have a street that's a little more wide open. The speeds were low enough. However, the surrounding environment precludes us from trying to do a pit maneuver, just because we don't have that operational area to spin that car out of control. It may go into oncoming traffic. It may go on the sidewalk involving some pedestrians. So it's kind of a, wait and see game right now.
Well, we know that they're now in the North Hills area and have turned off of Woodley Avenue. And it does appear as if they're on Nordhoff. So Nordhoff is a possibility of getting onto the 405 freeway. And it does look as if that's the direction they might be going. But again, you've now gotten your wider streets. And Bruce, and to Colleen's point also, one of the issues is this person has not shown any pattern of behavior. So getting a spike strip in front of somebody who's just randomly driving, isn't that also a challenge for this?
Yeah, very much so. The officers look for a pattern in the area that they can then follow and see, and then maybe they can put that spike strip down if that person is driving on those streets over and over again. However, in this case, they're not.
Well, now we are under the 405 now. So we're on Nordhoff, just passing under the 405, heading eastbound.
Oh, looks like they are going to take that freeway, though. They're going to get onto the 405. So this is going to change the sort of course of the pursuit as well, Bruce, because now the CHP within the LAPD. So hopefully the CHP is in this area. That we obviously know the CHP is aware, but at what point do they start getting involved?
There would be mutual aid requests from LAPD asking for their involvement, considering they're on the freeway now, asking them to take over because they're more well-versed in driving on the freeway in a pursuit than the local city agencies are.
So now we're northbound on the 405. We have been on the 101, drove through Van Nuys, North Hills area. That was when there were more aggressive moves. The driver has not been overly aggressive, but now you start to see speeding up a little bit, starting to be more aggressive in the lane changes, trying to get around traffic. The next freeway is going to be the 118. He's heading north in that general direction. But this time of day, you're probably not going to have a lot of congestion in this part of town that is going to really slow this person up too much.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you see the 405 being smooth sailing for drivers, because so many of us use this as a major artery and commute for our daily lives. So to see this driver being able to go as quickly and maneuver throughout these lanes is pretty remarkable. But again, Philip, you're right. It doesn't look like there's going to be a heat, and he's heading this direction too. They're sort of away from heading into LA and the Valley and the West Side. So
yeah, and he'll have the 118 first, but then after the 118, you have the merge onto the 5. So there's a couple of different directions this might take itself here in a moment. But this space at this time of day, is usually going to be kind of open. But again, being in North Hollywood and then in Encino, he's just kind of driving around.
Yes.
Again, I keep mentioning the lack of a pattern here. And then you add the drug use to it that we've witnessed. This could go anywhere.
it certainly can. And I always feel so worried, like right there, that driver got over, not realizing there was a pursuit suspect right behind them. So you just try to figure out, what do you do when there is somebody being pursued by authorities, and you're trying to figure out if you have to take the exit or not. But now this pursuit
Looks like they're exiting Rinaldi.
Oh, Rinaldi, okay.
Or no, Sepulveda.
That's-
I apologize.
yes,
Looks like they're going to go off of Sepulveda there.
Yeah, we're always lucky we get the sky map, because it does help us a little bit figure out exactly where these suspects are. Again, we don't see other people in the car. Obviously there's the driver, but the back seat, we're not quite sure. We do know, we've had some people in the newsroom think that there may be other people in the back seat, but as of right now, I haven't seen any movement. So, of course, authorities do have to keep that in mind, how many people are in this car, and if you do see them doing
Oh no, this
they're
is a
going
bad
to-
move
this is
here. Now we're
terrible.
going into oncoming traffic. This is not good, because this person now, Bruce, is going to end up potentially on the freeway, and that just makes everything change. And again, it goes back to the drug use. This is a pattern of behavior that we have not seen, but probably about 10, 15 minutes ago, we saw this person using methamphetamines. We are now breaking into our coverage here on Eyewitness News, a burglary pursuit that has just taken an incredibly dangerous turn.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Good morning, I'm Philip Palmer along with Colleen Sullivan. We have been watching a burglary pursuit that has been nondescript for the most part, but then we watched this person, this black Honda, enter the freeway the wrong direction. and it was so dangerous there for just a moment. And without making too many assumptions, we witnessed methamphetamine use, we think, about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Bruce Thomas, our law enforcement expert, has been with us and explained that, when that kicks in, erratic behavior can certainly follow.
Certainly ramps it up, right, Bruce? And you were watching that, too, as that suspect was on a very long on-ramp onto that 405. In the opposite direction, you saw that people were coming in. Thank goodness they were paying attention and they could get over and not be involved in a head-on collision. And then you saw that car do sort of a really hard right and almost a U-turn onto the 405 South. But what were you thinking, Bruce? And does this now change the scope of this pursuit?
Well, one, it was a very horrific scene to watch. You just kind of gut check yourself as he's going the wrong way on the freeway. Luckily enough, he was able to make a U-turn.
¿Qué necesitas para manejar con tranquilidad? Un buen equipo
Y un buen seguro de auto.
como Freeway Insurance, que te permite ahorrar cientos de dólares al año en tu aseguranza, aunque tengas accidentes, tickets o hasta un DUI.
In his system, I would say probably yes.
Well, now we're watching this suspect, and I think Bruce hit the nail on the head because the driving behavior has changed dramatically. We have not watched initially this suspect change across lanes like this, but he has gone in and out of the carpool lane. He's sliding all the way across 5 lanes of traffic. Now he's sliding over almost into the shoulder to try to pass people. This is southbound on the 405, and anytime this is another dangerous move. Passing on the right. You can lose control of the vehicle very quickly in that space. And it's just terrifying for the people who are driving in that far right lane.
Yeah, they're they're unsuspecting motorists. They're driving, going about their business, and you have a vehicle going at a high rate of speed, passing illegally on the right, and then cutting across and cutting them off. So that just creates a whole dangerous situation for everybody.
Yeah, we're now seeing that this driver is tucked under that tree right there, trying to figure out what they're going to do. They're obviously at the Nordoff Street exit, the Aqueduct Avenue as well in North Hills. But again, we're watching this driver trying to figure out we do not know if this driver knows this area, but they seem to want to keep getting off on North Hills in the North Hills area.
Well, we don't know also because we saw him get off and then turn around, get right back on. Now, Air 7 has him at an ARCO station. So this is an opportunity, and Colleen mentioned that the officers have pulled back a little bit, so you don't see the response right on top, but they are monitoring this person. So now we're going to see if you see the shadow of the air unit there. So the person is pulled into ARCO there. And Bruce, how quickly would officers try to get to this person and surround him?
Well, you have the helicopter overhead, which is relaying that information to the ground unit. And hopefully there are some ground units in the area that can then swarm in this location and, pin him
There's
in
one.
and or attempt a felony stop.
Well, you saw the danger it put one of the customers. She immediately walked over to the entrance to talk to someone about maybe what's going on. So now you've got officers, and here he goes. He's out and gone again. I'm a little surprised, Bruce, that officers weren't responding more quickly in that moment. Because as you mentioned, they're generally even in monitoring mode, tracking mode, they're still in the neighborhood.
Yeah, you would have thought they'd have more officers involved in that. However, you are transitioning from one station area to another, so maybe each watch commander had their own difference of what they wanted to do on this, and told those officers, hey, don't get involved, but the other mission units, you can get involved.
Yeah, there is so much that's being choreographed behind the scenes, Bruce, which is also quite fascinating because you have a watch commander. So take us through. You have one watch commander that's been sort of calling the shots on this, and then there's a whole group of law enforcement that are just waiting on the word for what to do. Now you can now see the driver on Valjean Avenue going through residential streets, which makes it even more dangerous for anybody in this area, Bruce.
Yeah, very much so. Going back to your point, you have a watch commander who's asking for certain information, road conditions, speed, number of occupants, type of crime. And those are all factors involved to let the pursuit go or to cancel it and go into a surveillance mode.
Okay, now we see this suspect driving aggressively through these side streets, but what people might not have seen when we first came on to this was when he entered the 405 freeway going the wrong way. That's this moment here on your right. That happened at about 2 minutes before 11, and you can imagine the sheer terror for all of us watching this when he started at this point going the wrong direction onto the freeway, and you'll see that he made this quick U-turn. I think even in his agitated state of mind at that point, he realized he had made a bad move. And you'll see it coming up right here.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Bruce?
I was going to say, and luckily you'll see as the footage continues, he made a U-turn, and it seems that traffic let him do that without any kind of incident.
Yeah, that nobody. Luckily, where this happened, nobody was right there, because that you saw the driver being very cautious when you saw the semi trucks right there. So
that approaching vehicle was able to stop and get out of the way,
because he was gonna. It looked like he was gonna pop up on that freeway, but then there was a few big trucks. But again, we're watching this driver now navigate residential streets, and there's some speed bumps in this area to slow down cars. So you saw him having to go, but just I thought he was going to go a little airborne.
At this rate of speed, he hits one of those speed bumps, he could lose control of the car very easily. And again, you're in a neighborhood now.
I know.
And so you're at a point where luckily most people are either at work or at school, but you still have people who are going to be out and about at 11 o'clock. So this driver, it's kind of hard to keep up. Our map is going to be a little, SkyMap 7 is a little bit behind sometimes, but he's making so many quick turns. There's another officer right there, maybe just even happening upon this, but that is an odd move.
That's very odd.
Turning around to get behind the officer, and now there's an officer behind him. So this is when it gets a little bit tricky, wondering what this person's going to do, because now you have an officer in front, which is not a safe place to be for the officer, and officers behind. And
then they just took the artery that was not filled with police. So, Bruce, what happens now? You have these police officers in this area. This driver doesn't seem to know where they are driving, so we don't know if there's going to hit a cul-de-sac or not. But what do you think they're going to do now? Are they going to try to, surround him?
Well, they're going to swarm the area with units, meaning that in that geographical area, they'll ask all the units to kind of come into that area and hopefully find the suspect into a cul-de-sac or into doing a stop of some sort.
Well, one thing that we have noticed is he's now starting to drive on a couple of repeat streets. So he's kind of been in this space. I saw that one looping street there. So if he starts making some more frequent transports in more, his transportation, his vehicle, his streets, if he gets on common streets, they're going to be able to get in front of him. In the Northridge area, Plummer and Gothic. So if he makes a couple of moves where he goes back over a familiar path, that's going to really give an advantage to officers who are in that area.
Yeah, very much so. The other thing, too, on a big street like Plummer, it's a wide street. So if they may have the chance to do it, they could try a pit maneuver.
Yeah, it does seem like that. A moment ago, it seems like there was a possible opportunity. I certainly don't want to act like I know what I would do, but it looked like they were getting close when the driver was trying to figure out what to do. But again, you don't know if there's a weapon in this car. We know it's a burglary suspect, but again, what they're attached to, if it's just one burglary, how they ended up becoming involved in knowing that this car was suspected in a crime.
So now on Plummer, he's going right through an intersection again, and that's the kind of thing, Bruce, that you're terrified of when this person stops obeying the traffic laws, which in many cases he's been doing. But when he starts showing that kind of behavior, that really, you feel like the officer's got to get more engaged. And I'm not trying to say the officers aren't engaged, but maybe more proactive is trying to end this actively.
Well, the other thing, too, is I remember a couple of years ago, especially in the San Fernando Valley, they changed some of the speed laws. So 35-mile-an-hour streets became 45, and streets like Plummer became a 45. So people are going through the intersections at a higher rate that this guy's blowing through.
Yeah, and I am trying to figure out, this car is going, the driver is going to end up going back into the residential area. It looks like they're slowing down, but it could be just my perception. But it looks like they're slowing down, probably trying to either figure out where to go, or have they run out of gas? You just never know. Did they have a full tank when they started this morning, and then the pursuit happened? So,
well, to your point, that makes me wonder if that was the reason for pulling into the Arco.
Right.
It may be, but you can see he still is driving in and out of traffic a bit there. Plummer, in one direction, he's going to end up basically kind of running into the area of Cal State Northridge. Heading in the other station, the other way, he's going to run in to the Sepulveda Valley Medical Center. So there's the gas station video. Now, I don't think he was there long enough to get gas. And as soon as police showed up, he took off again. So it does, if I'm looking, can we tell? Okay, that looks like he's gone into the area near Cal State Northridge, as I was mentioning a moment ago. So he has traveled Plummer all the way down into the area of Cal State Northridge. If I'm accurate on this map here, we've kind of lost him, have we? Because they have to watch out for the Van Nuys Airport, right?
Yeah, so they're going to have those air traffic restrictions. But again, we're going to get back our eyes on this pursuit suspect as well. But again, we saw this person making some very, very dangerous maneuvers. And so authorities absolutely, whether it's the LAPD or if they get on the freeway, the CHP, they are going to want to pull this person over. But they don't know if he's armed.
Well, we're waiting for Van Nuys air traffic controllers to let us move through their airspace. But Bruce, is LAPD in the same boat? They have air traffic following this. What kind of procedures do they have to go through to get through the same airspace? Although they're a lot lower.
Yeah, very much so. They're bound by the FAA rules of flight restrictions due to Van Nuys Airport and also Burbank Airport, as that's a thoroughfare for the planes coming into Burbank. I just got some additional information. When he pulled into the AM/PM, he actually did pump some gas. That's something we've seen in like the last 3 pursuits.
Yeah.
There was the guy with the motorcycle who drove away with the hose still in the car. And that video on the right is where he entered the 405 freeway heading in the wrong direction, which was terrifying for a moment.
It really was. And then, Bruce, again, that driver obviously didn't have enough time to get a bunch of gas in the car. So it does lead you to believe that they were desperate. They were really on empty, on fumes. So they will quickly be back on fumes because they couldn't have had. You're seeing them go into that gas station. We cannot see them actually get out of the vehicle and pump gas. But Bruce obviously has intel on the inside. So, Bruce, wouldn't that lead you to believe they were only in there just for a minute or two? So in order to get gas that quickly, they have to put their credit card in? I don't even know how they could do it that quickly.
Dad, what's with the parrot? It's to remind everyone that Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free.
Right now, save up to $1,000 on King Coil, plus pay 0% interest for 36 months.
Free!
But remember, there was a woman that ran to the entrance, Bruce. Remember the woman that ran to the entrance?
Look at this motorcycle driver.
What their involvement is, yeah.
Oh my goodness, this guy.
This isn't going to end well when people get involved. Bruce, I'm not sure if you can see this motorcycle or a courier trying to basically tell this driver to pull over or slow down, and they're now becoming part of this pursuit on a motorcycle. What are you thinking now when you see this?
I just think that, the public should not become involved in a police matter like this. They may have been upset they were cut off or something. Maybe they feel they're trying to get the license plate of the vehicle. But in this case, it just causes more problems for everybody involved.
This is so dangerous for the motorcycle person or the scooter. I can't really tell if it's a motorcycle or scooter, but they are actively trying to engage with this person for whatever reason, and they are at such risk because they don't realize what this person's all about that's in the car. And they're now talking to each other, yelling at each other, and the motorcyclist is in the wrong lanes. And so now, even with an officer behind, the person on the motorcycle continues to engage. Bruce, does that ever surprise you that somebody is so unaware of what is happening that they continue to do this? I mean, the police are right behind them.
Yeah, each pursuit we see just lends to a new education for everybody involved. And for the LAPD, I'm surprised they have not got on the PA and told that motorcyclist or scooter person, get out of the way, stop, pull over. You're involving yourself in something you don't need to be involved in.
Yeah, and could they possibly face any charges? And I know our director was saying, do you think that they may actually know each other, being that this driver has been in the same area for quite some time?
You know, anything's possible. Could they face charges? Possibly for interfering with a police officer in the performance of their duties would be my guess. But, yeah, it's hard to say at this point.
This is unbelievable to me.
I do lean to the possibility that maybe they know them, but
What is
gracious,
going on?
for whatever reason, if they don't know them, they need to stop. It's borderline insanity. If they do, then you kind of understand maybe trying to get this person to pull over and stop. What I was going to say a moment ago about the ARCO, I think maybe a woman was pumping the gas, and he just took her gas and started trying to pump his own. In that sense, he wouldn't need the credit card.
He'd just take it right away.
Because if you noticed at the very beginning, a person ran over to the entrance and, as if they were saying, hey, this guy's doing this thing. So that's just a conjecture.
Hypothesis, yes.
But I wonder if maybe that's what was going on. But this has really taken a turn with the motorcyclist who started to engage with the suspect, the fact the suspect went the wrong direction on the 405, and now you're starting to see, and there's the motorcyclist is still there.
What is going on here? There is something, there has to be something. You cannot just want to be part of a pursuit if you are not involved. Bruce, I mean, common sense.
They have to know.
They have to know. They tried to get into the vehicle. They tried to open up that passenger side door. What are you thinking?
Yeah, they definitely know each other. Some communication. It did appear maybe the suspect was on a cell phone calling this person who lives in the area. You know, come and get me, or come and get involved in something like this. There's definitely some sort of relationship.
So it does appear as if the motorcyclist has pulled back a little bit. That is likely due to the work of the officers, correct? I mean, I've got to think that someone engaged that motorcyclist and said, you are making things worse. But no, there they are off to the right. I take it back.
No, they've stayed in this, but they're not passing up the police like they were before. Now they're not really minding the rules either, because they need to be behind all of the law enforcement. But again, police don't even know if that person could possibly be armed or erratic. So you just never know. Now that you have another person involved on a motorcycle or a scooter, it looks like they're a courier, so delivering things. But again, we do not know the relationship between the two. We certainly do. Right now, we have no idea if this car is actually going to run out of gas, being that they did just have to get gas moments ago.
We're also getting word that, according to our notes from our assignment desk, that the LAPD does not know who is on the motorcycle. And this note says they are approaching with caution. That makes perfect sense, Bruce, because as all of this is so unusual, and again, we're flying back through airspace with Van Nuys, so we're having to get permission to move through that airspace. That's why you have this particular shot. So let's ask Bruce about that. I mean, you can't know who's on the motorcycle or how they might be involved or their danger to the officers, correct?
That's correct. What surprised me is you have a multitude of maybe 8 or 9 LAPD units involved in this pursuit. And I would think one unit could have pulled off and pulled over that motor scooter to prevent them from interfering.
Right.
Except what if that motorcycle person's armed? I would think that would be the cautious part for LAPD in that moment.
It would be, however, if you got the felony traffic stop.
Yeah.
And the stop, you come out with your guns drawn.
This is where we're watching some of the video from when the motorcyclist sort of became involved in this pursuit as well, trying to slow down, trying to communicate. And you can see it trying to say, slow.
Right, listen here. In the past few days, 3 of the world's most powerful PMCs have turned up here looking to take control. Unfortunately for them, nobody's managed to hold the place for very long. That is where you come in, because they're offering you a right wedge to try and sort it out. Now, before you're cut loose in the field, you've got some basic training to complete. Don't worry, if you're half as good as they think you are, it'll be piss easy. Enter the building and turn right. Just a quick induction video from the suits. Don't hang about here.
me parun na kvi jetë që jasëm të rejt Aften të i hëmtyna Ima men marhjus
We on? Okay. Welcome to the training center. I take it you've already heard about our little video. Good. Turn on the projector and scroll and press play to start watching.
Hey, genuinely, thank you for being here and playtesting our game. Closed beta is no longer under NDA, so feel free to stream, make first impressions videos, and post clips online. Remember, if you've pre-ordered War Dogs and decide you don't like the game, you're more than welcome to refund it. For everyone else, welcome to War Dogs. We hope you make money, lose money, and love every second of winning it back.
Now that that's finally over, you can head across the hall and start your training. That fine man is an equipment vendor. You'll find these guys standing next to weapons posters across Bakarani's safe zones. Grab an AK and some ammo from him. Let's get started. Go to the vendor and grab yourself an AK and some ammo. Go to the vendor and grab your... I know you've done this before, but I need to see it for myself. So, when you're ready, fire at the targets. Right ammo, bullets can easily penetrate weaker materials, like glass, wood, cloth, obviously. Hit the target through the wood to see for yourself. Solid work. Unlike wood, some surfaces are not penetrable, causing bullets to ricochet. Fire at the edge of the container and watch the bullet rebound. Target without using ricochet, which is kind of the whole point of this drill. So fire at the container's highlighted edge and watch as your bullet ricochets. Good job. Let's see what you're like with explosives. Go to the vendor and get some grenades. You may need to grab a backpack and all, if you don't have one already. Now, take a grenade from slot 4 of your tac vest and throw it through the top window. Good work. Now, go back to the vendor and get yourself a helmet and some armor from their gear selection. While this gear makes you harder to kill, it also adds weight, making you slower and less agile, which is worth thinking about before choosing your loadout. Open your inventory and see for yourself. Sounds like you passed this section. Go through the doors to start phase 2. God, I hate that horn. Quick, run over and revive that guy before he bleeds out. Why does it take so long? You hero, mate. He definitely won't be shot again. Oh, but this fella can't catch a break. Well, you could just use your hands to revive him again. Using proper medical equipment makes the process way faster. Grab a resuscitator from the vendor's item selection and see for yourself. Now, drag that guy away from the danger before resuscitating him. Use the resuscitator to get them back on their feet. Good job. Now on to the next room. Stand in that large white circle on the floor. This is the control zone. Every faction competes to hold this zone. The faction with the most players in the zone, when the score timer ticks over, earns a point. The first team to reach 100 points wins the match. Stay in the control zone. Notice that your presence here is contributing to your team's score in the bottom left of your screen, and that you are earning money for doing so in the top right. A new circle has been added to the display. Go and enter it. This smaller, roaming circle is the hot zone. Everything you do here is worth more to you and your team. You'll see in the bottom left that your zone presence has doubled since being in the circle. Holding this area can swing entire matches in your favor and earn you a healthy profit. Stay in the hot zone to earn another point and take home some serious pay. Head towards the final room. You may end up down like this multiple times per match. Though tempting, giving up straight away is not always a good move. The journey from your spawn to the control zone is pretty time consuming. Staying for a revive may well save you time and cash while keeping you in the fight for longer. Right, now you've learned that dying's shit. Let's get you back to full health. Head over to the vendor and grab a first aid kit from the items section. Use the kit to heal yourself. Alright, for real this time. You can go into the next room. Approach the vendor, get yourself a small hammer and some build supplies. You'll find those in the items section. Good job. Now, right-click to bring up the build menu and try placing 2 sandbags. Hit the sandbags to build them. Hitting the cross makes you build faster. That's 1. job done. To build larger structures, you need to be in the vicinity of a forward operating base, or FOB. Go and get a FOB from the vendor. Place the FOB where you can by pressing and holding left click. Open the FOB and drag the hammer into your special items slot, slot 3. This slot is reserved for specialist role items like hammers, medical bags, and RPGs. Why have you left the hammer in your inventory? Move it to slot 3 of your tack vest. That hammer needs to be in your hands, not your inventory, mate. That hammer needs to be in your hand. Now that you have the hammer equipped, right click to bring up the build menu. Then go ahead and build 2 ESCO blocks. That's 1. And that's 2. That concludes your training. Feel free to leave the compound and check out the shooting and vehicle ranges. You can leave now.
Favorite customer. Yeah, good call.
JT. Right, I'm gonna change my.
Hey, rookie. Consider this my welcome gift.
Oh, konnichiwa.
You're just in time for the flash sale. Lucky pup.
hello.
Boy, remember, hey, rookie, consider this my welcome gift.
Hello.
I don't get more ammo.
Let's go kill these boys.
If you don't like your gear, you better take someone else's.
Is my mic working? Yeah, I gotcha. No, just had to make sure. Thank you guys. No worries. I do that all the time. Yeah, I'm on a dual PC setup and my mic is plugged into the other PC, so some games it just doesn't work. Microwave just sucks.
Shit! Get me up!
Is anyone nearby? Anyone? I don't know how far wood goes. Shut up.
Did he give up?
I'm trying to get some people to come down here. Using the typing chat. Our last neighbor just got lit up. Everybody's dead. Probably not the the best idea to get in a helicopter for the first ride in. Oh, we got people coming in. We got people coming in. Hold on a sec. Let's see if they can get us.
How do you pull up the map?
M. They're coming. They're coming. We got people coming. Lumiers, can you hear us?
They crashed.
I feel like that's gonna be very common. The $100 Lumiers, come on, bud. We died in a helicopter crash. Come save us.
Oh, yes.
Come on, Lumiers. Help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi. We died in a helicopter crash. We didn't get lit up.
Let's
Yo,
go.
Lumiers. I'm alive, boys. I got you, buddy. Precious stuff.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kind of crazy. See, all we needed to do was be a little patient. I knew somebody would come save us.
And now we're chilling.
This is the tower 348 north on the second level.
Careful, there are people watching this.
How do we pull somebody?
Watch out, there's a sniper.
I have it first, asshole. By a sniper or what?
need some fucking help over here!
Love reminding us together.
Yeah.
We've been there for you.
The fuckers got me!
I've seen 3 people turn the corner up here, so let's just stick together. That is the Thanks, Link.
Hey, rookie. Consider this my welcome gift. See you around, rookie. Hey, take a look around. Make the most of the discount while you've got it.
Well, that happened.
Hope you spent wisely. There ain't gonna be a refund.
Oh, can I get a ride?
Hey, I don't normally do this, but seeing as you're new, I'll make you a deal. How's that sound? Come back anytime.
Buff out those scratches.
already all the way on top of that shit.
Yeah, they're on top. They're on top. I see them. Guy right there, right around the corner from you. That's right.
No, that's not how this works, bro. Yeah, you fucking wish, you fucking bitch. Hi, Rez. Fuck you.
No, he's in the tower.
over here! Get me up!
You're back. Got a tip for somebody. Buy some health off of you. Yo, anybody got health? Where is he at? Get back, Kobe. There's a mask in there if somebody needs it.
I got one already. Anybody see anybody? Thank you for the ammo.
somebody back there?
At the top of the hill southeast.
You just shot at me? No way, he's up there, he's hurt. He's sniping.
It's really not that good.
Thank you.
Somebody made I think he's dead.
That objective. See one guy over here. They're on the other side of that hill too, they're snipers. Shit, watch the sniper, watch the sniper. Cody and Lucky One, watch out, guys. Kodiak, hail.
Hey, take a look around. Make the most of the discount while you've got it. Hope you spent wisely, because there ain't gonna be a refund.
Yo, somebody has a car right here. What's wrong? Yo, let's go. Come on, get your gear in this row. Oh God, let's go. Don't even waste money. I'll take you.
That's the greedy talking. Can you hear it? Here.
Anybody else?
Yeah, one second.
No! You're full.
You're full, you're full. Rip it up. Just slippery outside. It's okay.
Right in the middle or outskirts?
The zone's pulling towards our road, so I think when we get there, we'll be pretty close to it. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, wherever you're not driving anymore and you drop us off, it's great.
There's a intersection like 300 meters into the zone. I think that'll work out fine. I'll let you know when we get there.
It's not easy driving these fucking trucks.
Well, if you drive on the road, it's a lot easier.
Oh, it's not, honestly.
It is.
It's day one for most people, mister.
I know, I'm being a little asshole. It's fine.
Yeah.
Take it.
It just helps when you tap the key instead of, and then slow down when you go to turn, and then you're fine.
Get off it.
tower north, top floor. One's left far, left window. Just calling. Another one's on the right.
Tower, crane. you guys see him at? Behind the tank, behind the tank.
You're gonna peek left. Across the street, 100 meters.
I'm coming down. I got an ID for that.
Shit! Watch out, there's a sniper. Where?
I love the way you touch me.
Like that rub.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So good, Bill. Appreciate that.
Thanks, man. Love you long time.
Add me on Discord, bro.
Ready to fucking kill some people. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Bring me my money.
They gotta have a loadout. They gotta have a loadout.
No, you.
No, you.
No, you.
No, you.
No.
What about me?
Anyone tried the shotgun?
Somebody killed me with it from hella far.
I like to hear that.
Yeah, but it won't work like that for you.
It sounds about right.
Yeah. No, guys, I can't go anywhere.
What are you after? Get going.
Hey, chopper. shit.
You know the score. Buy what you want and fuck off. See you around. So what's it gonna be? Now we're talking.
Catch her out with you.
Found what you're after yet?
Oh, right here, yes. Thank you.
No problem. Looks like everybody else isn't moving.
What?
No, you're cooking on gas now.
For one more.
bro. Crash this shit right now. $50 right now. Oh. Fine. 100.
Yeah, I make a lot. It's like,
Fine. 150. Alright, fine. 300. Max offer. Yeah, do we need to buy a parachute? It's automatic.
there's a lot of enemies in this area.
Can I just drop? Oh shit. Oh, I guess about to fuck up right here. Hey, good call. Hey, just for you, $15 and $15 in your pocket. In your pocket.
Watch it. He's right there by the gate. Thanks. You can help a brother out.
Somebody get me up!
Thanks. No, somebody.
All right. What do you need? Get to work.
had to get another wrench. It runs out.
I just saved your ass.
down!
Revive!
Those suckers got me! I'm down!
Help! Gotta give up, gotta give up.
Alright, what do you need?
Yo. Okay, go in. Everyone else going.
Wait, I'm going.
Alright, come.
Gotta spend money simply after the usual.
Just leave, I fucking...
Come on, guys.
Go on,
You got yoinked. We're full.
Hey. There's a guy right in front of us. Where was he?
Good job, good job. Get this fucking hot zone. Chase that shit, chase it.
I'm fucking bleeding out over here!
I think the SKS has a bug. It doesn't let you shoot for like 5 seconds after you reload it.
Squad, father. Let's go. What's up, y'all? I like the game.
There's a lot of red closing in our position right now. Coming from the east. Watch out, boys. A lot coming from the east. East, southeast. Fuck, I don't have any heals.
Top floor.
Jesus Christ! Somebody get me out!
To go pick up my son, y'all.
What's mine is yours. For a price. Give 'em hell. Welcome back. Look what the cat dragged in. You gotta spend money to make money.
Let's go, yo. I got a car. Get you right? Oh.
Yeah, I'll catch one.
There you go. Watch it, there's a guy shooting at me.
Good call, good comms.
Damn, I gotta go pick up my son. Ah.
I'm down! I'm fucking down! Yeah! I need help over here! I'm fucking bleeding out over here!
Favorite customer. Move it.
in this game.
He's jogging it up here, not gonna lie.
It's joking right now.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting.
You're my pretty little fucking toy now. Yes, take off thine pantaloons. Ooh. You are such a good boy. Why, thank you.